have some audio now. It's really loud though. Hold on. Sorry, some technical difficulties. Let's see what's going on here.
Supply with 1,008.
Okay, let's see if that works any better. I should have some audio now. Let's see. Good. That's excellent. There we go. Well, that was kind of a hiccup in the giddy up. I wasn't expecting to have to switch apps. I didn't realize that one decided it was going to go all stupid on me. But you know, we got her working, so that's the important part, right? All right, let's get the address to where we're going, and we're going to start heading there. Let's see. So how is everybody doing on this fine morning? Okay. I got the GPS all programmed up. We're all hooked up, and we're ready to rock and roll. I guess let's get this party started. Fire this up real quick. See how useful this is today. I guess that's not going to be useful today. All right, and away we go. Wow. There we go. I was stuck in the mud a little bit. I had to drop a gear. Many of you guys wondered why I took that turn so wide. I'm pulling a trailer, so I'm about as long as a full-size semi with this truck and trailers combination. Yeah, the other driver, for whatever reason, you know, he's more of a super glue and duct tape type of guy, and for a little while he was driving this truck, and yeah, he put duct tape on there, you know, for whatever reason, you know, he loves his duct tape and his super glue, and I just haven't taken the time to take it off. It really doesn't need to be there, but it is what it is. Come on. My mic sounds horrible? Well, that's not good. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't bring the cables for my my other wireless mic. I brought the wireless mic, but I didn't bring the hub for it. Well, once we get to where we're going, I could try to sit and do something with the mic, I suppose. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the first time I was able to kind of test all this. Hey, Al Munson. Good morning to you. Really tinny and weird, huh? Well, it is a noise-canceling mic, so maybe it's trying to block out all the background noise. I'll see what I can do. You know, maybe I've got the adapter and I just didn't find it when I was trying to set everything up right away. No, Al. Unfortunately, ever since Troll Central just kind of disappeared, I haven't really seen Hyder area. Hey, peace, love, and sunshine. How you doing? Yeah, I definitely have to work the bugs out of everything. I had TTS set up on here, so I wasn't going to have to read the chat, but for whatever reason, the day of production, when I actually go live, it decides it doesn't want to work. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that would all work out. Oh, Mike. But we'll see what we can do. I've got an option. I can just do it while driving. Oh, losing picture. Oh, yeah.
Okay, well the audio's not skipping that way. But that's a lot of background. Okay, well the audio's not skipping that way. Now I gotta play with some settings here. Oh boy.
Good vibes. Ventures said. Good vibes adventure.
Yeah, TTS is not working that great.
Said much. Better.
Oh. The pains of streaming live in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's better. It's not great. I got TTS sitting here running in the background doing stupid stuff because it doesn't have a very good connection. And I can't seem to shut it off. Oh yeah, it's all going to shit. I'll get it figured out. Yeah, I don't know why. I've got a server that bonds two internet connections together, and whenever I link up using that, the audio goes to shit. Yeah, Nightbot's being a pain. Alright, I gotta go help these guys take the equipment off. I'll be right back. Oh boy. No idea. Okay, let's try some stuff real quick. Hold on one second, I'll be right back.
Audio. Test 1, 2. There we go. Alright, so we got that. Let's try
audio. There we go. See how that sounds. One, two. Kind of sounds like I'm in a bathroom. That doesn't sound very good. Well, the echo's because I'm listening to myself. Yeah, I agree. It sounds like I'm talking in a can. Let's see if that sounds any better. No, it still sounds like I'm talking in a can. What the heck? That's crazy. What the hell? Alright, let me see if I brought the stuff I need to use for my other external mic. Oh, you do all this testing at home and it's like everything works at home. Then you get out into the real world and it just works for crap. It's like, what the heck? I can't even tell you how many hours I've spent working on this. And of course, I did not bring the stuff. I did try turning off my phone. I got one other option up my sleeve. What's up, boss? Yep. All right, cool beans. All right. Yeah, I switched over to my Apple phone. You know, I was trying to stream on Android because everybody's like, Android's the best. Oh, yeah, hold on. Good morning. I've always streamed on Apple before, so I never really had this problem. Do some tests real quick. There's going to be some feedback because I'm going to be listening to the stream, or trying to. Audio test. 1, 2. There's going to be some feedback because I'm going to be listening to the stream. Alright, so this is the way we got to go, I guess, at least for now. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Everybody's always talking about how Android phones are the best for streaming, but yeah, we just saw what happened. So it was nothing but a nightmare. You know, this is the trusty dusty iPhone that I have. Then I don't know how bad my background noise is. The glasses actually have a microphone built into them, so that's where the audio is coming from. Yeah, I could do that. If we start having some serious buffering problems, I can do that. I don't know what was going on. I'm definitely going to have to do a little bit more testing tonight. I like using my iPhone because I can do this picture-in-picture option that I can't do very well, I guess, in the Android. No background noise. Wow. Because I mean, I'm seeing the audio meter move, you know, so it's not. There's got to be some background noise of the engine and stuff like that. Yeah, no, I mean, I had the quality settings down. I'm not exactly sure what was going on with the bonded connection. The audio just kept clipping, and like you said, it was clipping. And then when I turned the bonding off, it still sounded like I was in a tin can, and I'm using the same equipment. So I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to try something. You know, I mean, I do have. I wasn't sure if the glasses are going to work, but honestly, these are a lot more comfortable. We're going to be going in and out of bad Wi-Fi or cell service, so expect the stream to drop out. Because unfortunately we're working in the country, which normally we've been working in major cities, so this hasn't been an issue. But working in the country, you've got the struggles of what the country is. So we're just going to make the very best of it. See, that's, you know, the Vic BCs, they play that trucker simulator game, and, you know, they were asking me if that's something I wanted to do, and I'm like, I do that for a living. You know, why do I want to simulate my job? I've also got another cool little feature that I have for, like, if I mute for
I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make it down. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire. But I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that when I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands. And I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. I see you out there, long day, old stains. I know it ain't fair. Always overworked and underpaid, yeah. But you gotta keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches and the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove, something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Town. Coffee gone, but the tank still bled. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Eric laughed, said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like this, still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends, meets my needs. Every white grease on the denim sleeve. Fix my light with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig felt right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more bend. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Halftime now, the frame shakes slow. Headlights cut through a barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again, miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again, so glad Mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Pay my tab at dawn. Check the oil by hand. Eric wiped the grease. Then he slapped my fender clean. Mat folded on my thigh. Bags piled in the back. Sun on a work shirt. And the whole crew leaned in. We roll. Pass the down aside. Keep the wheels alive. Keep the stories live. On the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Eric, my friend here on the road again. Took the long cut west with a cooler full of ice. One hand on the wheel, one hand on the time. Lena sang too loud. Johnny beat the dash. Eric fixed the rattle. Then he laughed and said, next gas. We roll through the county line. No one asked for much when the engine's right. On the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Mechanic Eric, my friend here on the road again. Late night toast stop, rain on the glass. Eric under the hood with his sleeves rolled back. One spark, one turn, then we came alive. He said, get back. miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Gary, my friend here on the road again. On the road again. On the road again. We got a map, platoon, and time. On the road again, again. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire. But I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that when I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands. And I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. Driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire. But I'm a millionaire. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. I see you out there, long day, old stains. I know it ain't fair. Always overworked and underpaid, yeah. But you gotta keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches in the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove, something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Town. Coffee gone, but the tank still bled. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Eric laughed, said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like this, still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just with all my friends on the road again. So glad Mechanic Eric on my friend. with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig fell right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more bend. On the road again, miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again, so glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again, road again. Halftime now, the frame shakes slow. Headlights cut through a barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again, miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the here with all my friends on the road again. So glad mechanic Gary, my friend here on the road again. On the road again. On the road again. We got a map, platoon, and time. On the road again. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make it down. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys.
Put you guys on the be right back screen and do some settings on my phone and see if I can get that bonded dual internet thing going, and see if the audio stays good with the iPhone. Seeing how the Android's just not cutting it, which is really annoying. You know, like I said, everybody claims that the Android is the way to go when it comes to streaming, but I mean, I've always had more success with the Apple, with the iPhone. The downside is the iPhone that I'm using happens to be my primary phone. So if I have to take a phone call or anything like that, I gotta do it on my phone. But so we got 7 people watching, huh? Yeah, I guess with the stream going down the way it did this morning, and I would expect a lot of these tests. Testing. Testing audio. I think the audio is working now for the moment. You guys will have to tell me. I was listening to the stream and I'm like, I said that 10 minutes ago. So something really screwed up. I don't know. I'm just going to have to figure out how to make it work. I have to figure out some other settings or something, because this isn't sustainable. This is very frustrating. You guys, I don't think you guys realize how much time and effort I've put in over the last 2 weeks trying to get this new server. See, these phones aren't streaming directly to YouTube. That's why I can disconnect and I can reconnect, and I can change sources, and I could go to StreamYard right away. And so these are streaming to a computer at my house, and the connection between the phones and my computer is where the problem's coming in. It's just acting stupid. And it's very frustrating, because I literally thought I had it nailed. I was like, oh, it's going to work great. In testing at home, on my cell, where I had decent service, everything worked perfectly. The problem is that when I get into an area where I lose signal, the packets of data get jumbled up. So it's trying to send them at different time frames. So you're getting audio that's trying to mix in from way back when, with the audio that's now. So yeah, I guess this is just a testing phase. You guys are all my beta testers. But you know me, I'll get it figured out. Just probably won't be today. Today's going to be a rough day. Unfortunately. Well, I'm glad somebody does. Well, thank you. That took a lot of work, too. Yeah, no, I put it in the on the phone thing because then I have the music playing. Because unfortunately, okay, today, normally this company, we're working in a lot of cities, we're doing a lot of commercial jobs, but the asphalt plants haven't opened yet. So today we're just running millings and we're repaving this driveway that's off to the side of us with recycled asphalt. So again, I'm working in the country, which I know streaming in the country is horrible. And, you know, and that's why I hadn't streamed for a couple of years, because it was just these kind of problems every single day. Where if you're in a major city and you've got cell service everywhere, you know, and the plants are in major cities and stuff, you know, it was a lot easier to stream. So I went into this with the anticipation that, you know, everything would go great. And, well, the first day I've learned wrong. And it's hard to do stuff here from the truck because I don't have physical access to the server at home to make some certain changes I'd need to make to try some other stuff. Like I could try to change to RMTP versus SRT, which probably would clear up a lot of problems. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I know I've got the capability to fix it. It's just I don't have the time to really just stop and grab the keyboard. And I brought the keyboard, so I could hook up to the server. I got the mouse here somewhere too. Let's see, where's the mouse? I think I brought the mouse. I hope I brought the mouse. Yeah. But unfortunately now I gotta go dump, so I can't futz with this right now. But I'm likely not working tomorrow because we're still really kind of sketchy on the work right now because it's the very beginning of the season. So that means I'll have time to screw with it tomorrow. So at least that's a good thing. I have a feeling this is going to be a really long driveway. This is my first time backing down it, and I didn't really look at it on the satellite. I'm going to see if I can play with some settings real quick and get this a little bit better. Oh yeah, I've been doing this for years. Backing up's not a problem. All right, so I'm gonna put you guys. I'll put you on the Be Right Back screen if I can. Let's see if it's gonna connect. Nope. Figures. I don't know what I can do from here in the truck, because I can't just sit down and bust out the mouse and keyboard and mess around with a whole bunch of stuff. So for right now, I'm trying to take a different route that hopefully won't be as bad of internet service. Unfortunately, I know what I could do to fix it. I just don't have the time to stop and tinker with it. Because I could go back to, there's two protocols that pretty much everybody uses for streaming. Either RMTP, which is kind of the industry standard, but it uses a lot more bandwidth, and SRT, which tends to be a little bit friendlier on the amount of bandwidth you need, because it pre-compresses the stream before it sends it. So then I also don't have my Wii Boost in here, which would help, because that would give me a stronger cell service. So just growing pains. Not sure how the audio is right now. I guess I could pop it up and find out. Let me turn up my audio real quick and figure it out. On my phone I'm monitoring the stream with. Let's see if I sound like a robot again. That sounds pretty good for the moment. So we'll stick with what we got, and we'll just go from there, I guess. Yeah, TTS is intermittent. I don't know. The tablet's not having the greatest of connections using T-Mobile service, which, I mean, I kind of knew that T-Mobile sucked, but they keep on making these claims that they're so great, but it seems like the only place that T-Mobile ever works is if you're near a major city. It still seems to be Verizon and AT&T if you're out in the country. So yeah, the tablet's not having a fun time trying to stay connected to the internet. But yeah, you came in on TTS for a minute there. But it's TTS is very choppy. I mean, I'll try turning it on, see if it wants to come on. Let's see. No, it's sitting there. Today is a day of everything doesn't want to work. In my house, on cellular connections, everything worked perfectly. But when you get into the real world and you start having buffering issues and stuff like that, it all just falls apart. Yeah, my Android phone wasn't having it. Every app I tried to use, I tried to do bonded. The audio was just glitchy and choppy. I actually had to switch to my iPhone. But this is using the glasses microphone because I know you were interested in that. So if you can hear me and the stream's working well, you know, this is what they sound like. I told you. I told you. Just, I'm going through this really bout of disappointment because I really thought. I mean, everything seemed really, really stable at my house. So I didn't really make a backup. I'm going to try one more trick that's up my sleeve. I'm going to pull over up here real quick. There's one other option I can try. Stabilize that. Because that I'm working. You can't really just screw with stuff too much. Let's see how that does. Then I can also try that Moblin app that I was talking to you about. We could see if we can end up seeing if that works. Honestly, I don't remember. I think I had it to like app default or something. I think one next chance I have to stop, I'm going to try to put my credentials in that Moblin app and see if see how that works for me, because that also does bonded. Where that mirror is in the camera, and it's just a big dark spot, so I can't even see what the heck it says. I'd have to pull it. Yeah, I could definitely try that. Limit it to 2K. But again, it's just the fact that I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to try mobile and see if it wants to. I tried running the VPN and having that encrypted tunnel, but the overhead on that seemed to just drop the stream. So I don't know if that was helping or hurting.
We all get together, no, I'm not a millionaire. But I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that when I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands. And I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country. Not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I'm driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country. From my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire. But I'm a millionaire. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. I see you out there, long day, old stains. I know it ain't fair. Always overworked and underpaid, yeah. But you gotta keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches in the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove, something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Town. Coffee gone, but the tank still bled. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Eric laughed, said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like they're still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just with all my friends on the road again. So glad Mechanic Eric on my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Hit it down with a jukebox on, pie on the plate, then back to the road. One kid asked where all this leads. I said ain't sure, but it feeds my needs. Every white grease on the denim sleeve. Fix my light with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig felt right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more bend. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. ties cut through a barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again, miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again, so glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again, road again, road again. Pay my tab at dawn. Check the oil by hand. Eric wiped the grease, then he slapped my fender clean. Mat folded on my thigh, back's piled in the back. Sun on a work shirt, and the whole crew leaned in. We roll, past the dollar sign. Keep the wheels alive, keep the stories live. On the road again, on the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Annie, Carrie, Gary, my friend here on the road again. Took a long cut west with a cooler full of ice. One hand on the wheel, one hand on the time. Lena sang too loud, Johnny beat the dance. Eric fixed the rattle, then he laughed and said next gas. We roll through the county line. No one asked for much when the engine's right. On the road again, on the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Gary again. My friend here on the road again. Late night toe stop, rain on the glass. Eric under the hood with his sleeves rolled back. One spark, one turn, then we came alive. He said, get back out there, and I said, let's drive on the road.
We're going to give this a try. I got that Moblin app running. I didn't set up the bonded connection, but I did fire it up. So we'll see if this thing does a better job. I guess I should listen to see if my audio works. See how that sounds real quick. It sounds pretty good to me. So we're going to try a completely different app. Seems to be set up to do this crap. I mean, it's got a built-in OBS scene switcher. I mean, seems like a really cool app. I just don't really want to be streaming on my iPhone, unfortunately. But we'll take the same path back, and we'll just see what kind of how many drops we get. You know, maybe this thing's just got better management. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, just kind of hoping that this was just going to be a trouble-free stream. I was looking forward to a trouble-free stream. There we go. Back on the glasses. It doesn't like when I get out of the truck. I also figured out that there's some face detection on the glasses. I can turn it off in the app, which I didn't do, and I need to. But that way I could take the glasses off and just leave them in the truck. Because otherwise, if I don't turn that off, the glasses shut off as soon as you take them off your face, which makes it hard to stream with them. Because if you sit here and take them off to like scratch your nose on the computer or something, they disconnect from the or from the whatever you have connected to. So let's see if this app can do a better job. Maybe it's not just the stream, maybe it's the apps I'm using. We're going to just take the same same way we came and see if that makes any difference. I forgot to put my tag axles down. Yeah, slow down real quick. Put them down. Should have probably waited till I got to the top of the hill for this. Well, that worked kind of nice. Instead of having it be all glitchy, the Moblin app actually recognized that the stream was getting degraded and that it was just going to be choppy, instead low bit rate, and it actually switched over the scene to the B-Ray back screen a lot more efficiently than the scene switcher I had. So that's definitely a feature I like about the Moblin app. I'm telling you, Fry, all these settings that this Moblin app has for iPhone, I mean, I don't know. I may have to sit here and switch over my phone to my iPhone, to my other iPhone, my old iPhone, or maybe upgrade and then use this iPhone as my streaming one on my AT&T line. There we go, low bit rate again, or a low bit rate warning. I mean, I could put TS directly into the stream as a feed, echo, because you guys would hear it with, you guys would hear it instantaneously, and then I would hear it 6 seconds later, and then if it picked it up on the microphone, you'd hear it again. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with TTS. I mean, if I've got the glasses on or my headset, I could have TTS go to my headphones. That way you guys wouldn't hear it again. And then I could just pipe TTS directly into the stream. And I would just hear it 6 seconds later. But TTS is only going to probably work and can't remotely do it in the middle of nowhere. There we go, we're back. I think I'm going to try to set up the bonding feature when I have a second. Because I'll just keep running this route all day long and see if that makes a difference. But I really do like all the information this app tells me.
my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad McKenna, Gary, my friend here on the road again. On the road again. On the road again. We got a map, platoon, and time. On the road again. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good. Not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that when I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands. And I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. Driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. I see you out there Long day, old stains, I know it ain't fair. Always overworked and underpaid, yeah. But you gotta keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream.
Well, that was crazy. So, on the way back to going and dumping that load, the app just kept trying to reconnect and it wouldn't. And eventually I just had to, when I got there to dump, I had to kill the app and start it back over. And then finally it decided it wanted to connect. So I'm not exactly sure why that happened. I'm also connected to the Wi-Fi from the Android, the hotspot, which has got probably a little bit better data. So we'll see if AT&T is just better than Verizon in this area. Yeah, so I had to kill the mobile app because it was in a forced reconnection thing and it wasn't having any progress. So until I actually killed it and then restarted the app, it wouldn't let me connect. But it is really cool. It has a feature where I can go in and I can control the OBS stuff right in the app. So I can change scenes and stuff like that. So that's really nice. It's not nice that it forced quit. I need to try to do this bonding thing. When I get a second, I'll stop. Because I'm already on the hotspot. I just have to, I gotta install the mobile app, I think, on this phone, which I don't remember if I have installed. And this is exactly why you don't stream with the phone that you get phone calls on. Because as soon as I had to take that phone call, it just dropped me right the hell out. So that's why I've always normally had a second phone for streaming, but my Android phone doesn't want to work. It just wants to be a potato. So that dropout wasn't caused by bad service. That dropout was caused by the fact that I had to answer a phone call from my boss. And the downside of iPhone is that they won't run anything in the background. So it's only whatever's on your screen that runs. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense for them because it keeps the phone snappy because you don't get bogged down by all the background processes. But, you know, for live streaming and stuff like that, it really kind of sucks because hence my stream goes down, or at least my connection to my computer that's running the stream goes down, and then I have no video or no audio on my stream. So, but yeah, we're gonna see if AT&T does a better job here. And I'm getting low bitrate warnings. So far, we seem to be doing a little bit better. I definitely need to put some widgets in the chat so that you guys can like do games and stuff just for more chat engagement. Because unfortunately, the chat's really quiet. Although oddly enough, the chat stayed up 100% for me on the tablet. I haven't any problems with that dropping out. So I guess that's one bonus. And I can actually see what people are saying pretty easily. Alright, we're back. Yeah, so it just seems like either AT&T or Verizon just sucks where I'm at. Unfortunately. But we will try to get this bonded thing going between the two, and I don't know. But the audio was trash. Go look at the very beginning of the stream. I started out with it bonded and the whole 9 yards, and yeah, that the IRL Pro and my S23 Ultra just were not playing today. They just said, screw it, we're not gonna which then at least I had good audio. Like I said, with the S23 Ultra, it didn't matter if I had the glasses, if I had my other headset, if I just used the phone. The audio was robotic, or it sounded like and even though I had the bonded connection going, it just wasn't. It just wasn't working. really hoping that this whole process was going to go a lot smoother. But I was also anticipating driving in the city. But I mean, I'm working out the bugs. At least I'm learning what certain things are doing. You know, I don't know. I don't know what other things I can do, but I'm trying. Definitely trying. We'll work the bugs out. You know, I wish it wasn't so expensive. You know, I'd go out and get one of those fancy backpack things with multiple cell phone carriers and be able to put multiple antennas on the truck, and then I'd be doing fine. But unfortunately, YouTube don't pay me nothing, so I don't make money. So we got to work with what I got. And it switched mics on me. Well, that was unfortunate. Well, welcome back. I'm still trying to figure out all the technical difficulties and figure out what will work, what won't. Yeah, I've been killing the app a few times because I thought it was stuck in a reconnection loop, and I didn't realize that when I kill the app and I restart it, I have to repick the glasses as the microphone. So, but I'm gonna go to the gas station. I'm gonna fill up with fuel, and I'll probably put you guys back on the music. And I'm going to try to do this tethering thing and lower the bit rate because it's trying to do 5 megabits per second, which is probably 5,000 kilobits. So that could be part of it. And I'm going to see what I can accomplish. And we'll just, you know, like I said, we'll just keep playing with the settings till we figure out what's working. We'll get it stable somehow. we'll just do some troubleshooting and figure out what makes it all click. I got kind of distracted and I really went way out of my way. I wasn't supposed to go all the way to Manitowoc, but I figure it's good. I need fuel anyways. So it's an unplanned detour. At least you guys are getting to see what you do get to see of beautiful countryside, as long as the stream decides it wants to stay up. That's weird. That phone never gets calls. Came up, said spam risk. You're damn right. Nobody even has the number to that phone. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's only so much we can do to try to make the connection, you know, with what I can afford, okay, and the equipment I have available to me. There's only so much I can do to make the stream as stable as I am in the conditions that we're in, which is the middle of nowhere where there's no cell service. You know, I mean, if and when I'm going to be driving in a city, and mostly driving in a city, this is going to be a no-brainer. It'll just work. You know, the struggle right now is we're sitting here, we're bouncing between very rural cell towers that don't have a very good connection, and there's not much you can do with, you know, a bad connection. You know, it doesn't matter what settings you do. Yeah, that must be an AT&T tower off to the left over there. Because yeah, we haven't had any issues. And that's the other thing too, is there's really what needs to happen. You know, while I can still talk to you guys. You can see that cell tower right there off to the left. Is they need to just, everybody needs to get on the same frequency, or not the same frequency, but everybody just needs to integrate the towers. You know, screw this. AT&T owns this tower. Verizon owns that tower. You know, it just needs to be. This is the cell mesh network. You know. So it doesn't matter if you're on AT&T, it doesn't matter if you're on Verizon or T-Mobile. You know, if there's a cell tower next to you, you just connect to the freaking thing. You know, this stupid crap where, you know, I'm driving by cell towers that are not my brand, and I get too close to them and they knock me off my cell service because they overload the frequencies in my area. So then my phone can't connect to my tower because that tower, I mean, that thing's pretty damn close to the road. You know, if that was Cellcom or something else, then I would have had no service. It's just flipping stupid. Oh. Yeah, I think it's funny. My boss called me. That paver, you guys didn't get to see it, but that paver's our old paver, and coolant just disappears. I'm a little bit more concerned about it than the boss is. He just like, you know, he's just like, you know, go get some coolant. I'm like, okay, so he just keeps filling the damn thing up. But, I mean, that's not, I guess that's not my job, you know. I mean, I fix, for this company, I fix a lot of things that I could do. If I can fix it in an hour or so, I fix it. If it's something that's going to require major... If it's going to need, like, major overhauls, then we end up taking it to the shop because we don't have the place to do it. We don't have an actual shop. So, yeah, see, now that I have cell service, everything's perfectly fine. Everything's happy. The stream's going good. Now, if I could just stay in cellular connection all day, we'd be perfect. All right, here's where we're going to get the fuel. Fuel! Alright, I'm going to put you guys on the music. I'm going to do some tinkering. And I will be back after I fuel up and do some stuff, and we'll see if this all helps and works better. So, alright, you guys enjoy the tunes. Alright, I'll be right back.
Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches and the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove, something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. down, coffee gone, but the tank still bled. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Eric laughed, said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like they're still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Hit a diner with a jukebox moan, pie on the plate, then back to the road. One kid asked where all this leads. I said ain't sure, but it feeds my needs. Every white grease on the denim sleeve. Fix my light with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig felt right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more bend. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Halftime now, the frame shakes slow. Headlights cut through a barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again, miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Pay my tab at dawn. Check the oil by hand. Eric wiped the grease. Then he slapped my fender clean. Mat folded on my thigh. Bags piled in the back. Sun on a work shirt. And the whole crew leaned in. We roll, we roll. Pass the dollar sign. Keep the wheels alive. Keep the stories live. On the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. then we came alive. He said, get back out there. And I said, let's drive on the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Gary, my friend here on the road again. On the road again. On the road again. We got a map, a tune, and time. On the road again, again. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make it down. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good. Not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that when I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands. And I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. Driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. I see you out there, long day, old stains. I know it ain't fair. Always overworked and underpaid, yeah. But you gotta keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches and the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove, something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Town. Coffee gone, but the tank still bled. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Eric laughed, said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like they're still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just with all my friends on the road again. So glad Mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Hit it down with a jukebox on, pie on the plate, then back to the road. One kid asked where all this leads. I said ain't sure, but it feeds my needs. Every white grease on the denim sleeve. Fix my light with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig fell right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more double barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again, miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again, so glad. Mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again, road again. Pay my tab at dawn. Check the oil by hand. Eric wiped the grease. Then he slapped my fender clean. Mat folded on my thigh. Back's piled in the back. Sun on a work shirt. And the whole crew leaned in. We roll. Past the dollar sign. Keep the wheels alive. Keep the stories live. On the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad, Gary, my friend here on the road again. Took the long cut west with a cooler full of ice. One hand on the wheel, one hand on the time. Lena sang too loud, Johnny beat the dash. Eric fixed the rattle, then he laughed and said next gas. We roll through the county line. No one asked for much when the engine's right. On the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Mechanic Gary again. My friend here on the road again. Late night toast stop, rain on the glass. Eric under the hood with his sleeves rolled back. One spark, one turn, then we came alive. He said, get back out there. And I said, let's drive on the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Mechanic Gary, my friend here on the road again. On the road again. On the road again. We got a map for tuning time.
All right, we are back. Let me check my stream real quick to see how it's working. I did get this multi-link thing working, so we are running off of both phones' data now, according to this. And I was able to turn down the kilobits per second, and I found a couple other settings that might optimize the stream, so hopefully that means that we're gonna have a little bit more stable stream. So let me see what the stream looks like. There we go. Go live. Turn up the volume, see how I sound. So you guys are going to hear an echo. There we go. Sounds pretty good. What's the video quality? Video doesn't look too bad. Alright, so hopefully this works a little bit better for us. We'll just have to rock it out and try. So, you know, not much else I could do. But I did think, if Fry, if you're in here, Fry, I did, I think, figure out part of why I was having so many audio issues with SRT. Because our RMTP will just drop packets where SRT tries to rebroadcast them, and I didn't have, at least in this program, I didn't have timestamp turned on. So it wasn't marking the packets. So the server's getting packets out of order, and that's why I think the audio was going to crap. Is because it was getting all these packets, and it had no way of synchronizing what packets were coming in that were getting resent. So I also turned that on. So we'll see what happens. You know. So we're at 2 megabits per second, which for 1080 is a little low. So, but I also put adaptive resolution on, which was an option in this app too. So it should lower its own resolution on its own if it needs to. Hopefully. No, I'm still on the iPhone. I'm not going to screw with the IRL right now. They gave me too many headaches earlier. I just want to get the stream consistent for right now. And maybe another day I'll sit here and screw around with IRL again. But I'll be fully honest with you, Bri. I really like this Moblin app. The information feedback that it gives me about what's going on with the stream and all the different options and settings and all the stuff I can do with it is, out of all the apps I've ever run, this is definitely the most complete. Like I told you, this is basically OBS on a phone. It really is. as it's switching resolutions, I don't have the screen. Well, I can fix this transition thing. I think I'm also going to play with another setting. Fun, fun, fun. So as you can see, Fry, if you can hear me, I didn't set up my my window to stay the same size no matter what. So it was changing different resolutions, but this app also changes the resolution on the fly. So, you know, even if you start off at 1080, she'll drop all the way down automatically to try to keep the stream going. So I just got to fix my transitions so it doesn't jump the window the way it did. But the boss told me to hold off on getting the next load, so I have some time to tinker and fix and get shit working. So that's a good thing. We're going to get this damn thing stable. You guys just stick with me. Yeah, I got this the MobiLink thing set up where the two phones are linked together, but it's just telling me waiting for streamers. So I'm sitting here going, I don't think it's actually functioning. I think it's the link is connected, but I don't think it's actually trying to send data out of the other phone. So there might be another button I gotta hit that I didn't see. So I'm gonna have to look around and see if there's a button I missed. Even though I have them linked, I might have actually had to like turn on bonding or something. Luckily, that's not a cell tower. It's some type of radio repeater. because it's got microwave dishes on it and regular dipole antennas. So that shouldn't knock me out. Alright, let's go park up here on the hill. And we will figure it out. Alright. I'm gonna make you guys portable again. Let's see what we got here. Bit rate. Oh, I can change the bit rate on the fly? That's cool. I'm telling you, Fry, I'm really impressed with this app. Lets me change the bit rate on the fly. I can pull up a web page and do it as I'm telling you, this is literally OBS. Talkback. Play audio from an ingest to your speakers. Enable. What? Okay, I don't know. Play audio from ingest to your speaker, huh? Oh, so I would have to, okay. I'd have to set up ingest. Okay. So I don't even need the tablet connection to, so I could do my stream thing to this to do the talkback. Alright. Let me figure this out. Something's still not set up right here. Stealth mode, screen widgets, mic. Let's pick the mics. Stream. Filters, funny little filters. Interactive chat. Okay. Well, that's only if I was probably on actual switch streams. Oh no. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh, he said hold off on dumping the next load. Either way. I sit here for a little bit longer, that's fine too. Okay. Use phones as additional SRTLA and RIST bonded connections. Install MobiLink on Android phones to use them. Okay. Enter one of the URLs as streamer URL in Relay. In the Relay service to use the additional bonded connection. Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. So this one. Hold on. Enter one of the URLs as streamer URL in the relay device. One of the URLs as streamer URL in the relay device to use it as an additional bonding connection. Okay. So there is a step I'm missing. So so let me try this. Okay, that didn't make any sense. These are like WebSocket ports. I'm not exactly sure what the hell I'm supposed to do with them. This is confusing. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So where's the relay device? I'm going to send you guys over back to the to one of the other things, let you listen to the music while I pop off and try to see if I can get this working.
I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make it down. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good. going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that when I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands. And I keep driving this beat-up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country. I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I'm driving this beat-up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country. From my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. I see you out there, long day, old stains. I know it ain't fair. Always overworked and underpaid, yeah. But you gotta keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches and the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove, something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Try to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Town. Coffee gone, but the tank still bled. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Eric laughed, said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like they're still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just with all my friends on the road again. So glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Hit it down with a jukebox moan. Pie on the plate, then back to the road. One kid asked where all this leads. I said ain't sure, but it feeds my needs. Every white grease on the denim sleeve. Fix my light with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig fell right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more bend. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Halftime now, the frame shakes slow. Headlights cut through a barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road we came alive. He said, get back out there. And I said, let's drive on the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Gary, my friend here on the road again. On the road again. On the road again. We got a map, platoon, and time. On the road again, again. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I'll just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good. Not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that. When I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands, and I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. Driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country. From my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make a dime. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. see you out there, long day, old stains. I know it ain't fair. Always overworked and underpaid, yeah. But you gotta keep the lights on. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Just like Mechanic Eric with that old Ford running down the road, waking up before the sun's up and trying to make some dough, turning all the wrenches and the gears that make this world go. You're living for the weekend, the Friday night neon, and the American dream. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go.
Okay, let's see if this is working. So I've got the multi-link working, and I did have to have a SRT LA server, which luckily I did set up. I was going to send you a link to that, Fry. So it says it's connected to both phones, and it's showing different amounts of data going to each phone. Now I got to pull up my stream to see what it looks like. See if I sound good or whatever. So we'll go live, turn the volume up. Audio. 1, 2. That sounds pretty good. So in this pit, we were losing reception last time, and let's see. So it says we're using 40% of the Wi-Fi and 30. So it's literally splitting it right down the middle, the connections. So we'll see what happens. Ah, damn it. There we go. So yeah, no, I was going to tell you about that, Fry. Oh, what band is this? I must have missed that while I was tinkering with stuff. It's an AI generated music that I inspired. So basically, you take the AI and okay, hopefully that stabled it out a little bit. So, well, I'll wait till I know I've got better service to talk about that. So it's splitting like 33% cellular and 30 3% Wi-Fi, which isn't 100%. So I don't know. Cellular, Wi-Fi, and E2950. Oh, well, that's screwed up. It's double dipping. Fucking. It's trying to use the Moby link, so I didn't even need that app. All I needed was the hotspot. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, we need to fix this. Let's go into here and fix this. And go to streams and OBS, SRL, and priorities, and Wi-Fi. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, boy. Fry, I just found a cool thing about this app. I just found the thing that makes this app awesome. I think I'm definitely going to be getting another iPhone. Can you hear me, Fry? Fry! Fry! Okay. So, here's the thing, okay? If you can hear me, this app will bond any connections that you hook up. So if I hook up to the hotspot, that's a connection. So it's the cellular and the Wi-Fi. If I hook up to the Moby link, it uses the app that's on the phone, so the phone thinks it's using regular data. It's not using hotspot data. So I was able to turn off the Wi-Fi option and just go between the two phones' cellular connections because it's connecting remotely to an app that's running on the phone, so the data is actually going out as regular unlimited phone data, not hotspot data. Because you're always limited on no headphones on the phone. iPhone sucks. Yeah, but do you get what I'm saying here? Oh, no headphone jacks. Yeah, I get you. But do you get how cool that is? You're not using hotspot data to sit here and actually link the two phones because it's linking to a remote app that's on the other phone, and it thinks it's app data, not hotspot data. So it's not technically tethering. I gotta go weigh this. No, I thought for a minute you were trying to tell me that I had no headphone audio or something when you said there and said no headphone, but then I realized, yeah, no headphone jacks. But like you said, Bluetooth is getting so much better now. Does it really matter? So yeah, that is a really cool feature about this app. That makes sense why there's this link that they have. I was wondering why they had a special app for it. So now we got a whole bunch of features. We got 2 cellular connections bonded together. We've got automatic resolution setup that should change the resolutions automatically. We're set to 5 megabits, so I got to go and change that. But I can do that on the fly. I can actually change that on the fly. Where was that setting? Yep, got to stay on my side of the road. Where is that? Or maybe it wasn't on the fly, it just showed up as an icon when I wasn't streaming. Let's see. Streams. Let's see. So hard to do this while driving. No, that's that. Chat. Source. Or record. Settings. No, it's not under settings. I'll have to figure that out. We'll just run it at 5. We'll see what happens when we hit these bad spots. But yeah, it actually tells me the percentage of data it's using per connection. There you go. You got audio. Or you should have audio. Shit, missed my turn. Oh well. Yeah, unfortunately when I'm in a really bad cell phone section, I lose all control to my server, so there's not really much I can do to get things functioning if I can't connect to my server. I have not reached out to Tracy's daughter, so I honestly don't know. I suppose I could call. I've been kind of curious about that myself. I wish I would have brought a tripod with me. Unfortunately, I didn't, because as soon as I get back to the job site, I'm supposed to jump in the skid steer and start running loads. But I got a back in, and I've got really no way to angle the camera. I'm going to end up probably dumping, going back, parking on the street, and then whatever the case, and moving some loads. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure what I can do to entertain you guys. Because I did not bring a tripod. I should have. And I thought about doing it. I thought about bringing a little one. That could have propped up on something. Yeah, it's crazy to sit here and see the numbers fluctuate between cellular and the other phone. And I know, Fry, that you keep on saying IRL, live, whatever, blah, 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 Android fanboy crap, you know, is so great, but it failed me today. It failed me miserably, you know. So I'm going to have to figure out what the hell's going on with that before I can use it. I am hauling recycled asphalt that they've ground up called millings. So because the asphalt plants aren't open yet, there's a guy that wanted to resurface his driveway from regular gravel to millings, because millings tend to pack together a little nicer. And they don't tend to wash away as much. You know, it's basically poor man's asphalt. You know, they pack in a little nicer. It's nice. Starlink really wouldn't work for me because I'm not in a tractor trailer. I'm in a dump truck. So I really wouldn't have any place to mount the antenna. And then Starlink itself also drops, you know, a little bit here and there, so you'd still need that cellular backup for the drops between, you know, satellites. But I guess with the SRT stuff, that probably would make it work, and a buffer probably wouldn't be as big of a deal. So right now we're running at 2 kilobits per second, and we've got the bonded connection going to the bonded server that I'm actually running at my house. So I think the fact that it was trying to send out 5 kilobits of information was part of our problem. Well, okay, Fry. Here's the one key point that I need to drill into your head here, is that IRL Pro requires you to have a hotspot to access. that means hotspot data. So that means either you're buying one of those mobile hotspot things, like, you know, that are meant for your house, that aren't really supposed to be for driving around, which then is like $40 or $50 a month by itself. Or you got to get a little hotspot and put a SIM in it, but that ends up costing you, you get 5 gigs of data. That's it. That's all you get. Where this is using the app on the second phone, so the second phone thinks it's just regular data, and I've got unlimited regular data on that second phone. So financially, I'm thinking that this app is going to kick the ass out of the I think that this is going to end up kicking the ass price-wise, because I don't have to go get a hotspot. Plus, like I said, looking at all these features, it looks like I can get TTS directly to the phone versus trying to do it through the tablet. And, I mean, like I said, there's web links. It literally, I wish you had an Android phone just to download it and check it out. It literally looks like OBS, in the functionality of stuff I can do with it. Well, thank you. I'm glad to be online. Hopefully the stream's going to be a little bit more stable now. I mean, so far everything seems to be running a lot better. Quiet. Oh my God. I gotta turn off this auto detection from the AI thing for the glasses, because it's literally just jabber jawing in my frickin' ear, because I must have said something that triggered it. So it's just talking to me constantly, and it won't shut up. I don't know. My experience with iPhone has been, or with Android, is Android's got a lot of the cool techie shit that if it works, it's great. But it always ends up being unstable. It's not as refined. So there's a lot of features that it's like, oh, this is really cool, but then the phone will upgrade, and it'll upgrade to the next version of Bluetooth, and then or screen mirroring, and then the screen mirroring won't connect to my new phone, won't connect back to my TV anymore because the Mirrorcast doesn't work. It's just constantly it's like, what's going to break on Android? I mean, I put these apps on my iPhone and they just work. The audio works, the video works, it just works. I've been screwing around with this stupid iPhone and it doesn't work. It's broken. Go look at the very beginning of the stream. I was like, what the hell's going on with the audio? So it is what it is. trying to see what I could do about possibly setting up the camera, if I can somehow park the truck in a way that you can still see. The hell happened with this branch? So like I said, I'm not just the driver. They have me do everything. So he's gonna have me run the skid steer, and we'll figure that out. I've used both. You know, I don't know if I call it a fanboy. It's just, you know, it's what works. Let me get out and figure out what the hell's going on here, because they got somebody else running the skid steer, so I don't think I need to be here for this. I'll be right back. Yeah, iPhone is definitely getting crazy. I'll be right back. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm back for the moment. Do I have any audio? Audio. Yeah, it looks like I got audio. And the question is it... Yeah, it looks like it's the headphones. That's good. Yeah, unfortunately this was the best I could do for a view for you guys. Was to try to let you have a mirror shot of what was going on. So, next time, like I said, next time I'll remember to bring a little tripod or something where I could have just taken you outside and set you guys up. I'm just figuring this all out. You know, when I woke up in the morning, you know, just grabbing all this stuff, it was like, you know, just trying to get out the door and try to get it all figured out. And then, you know, you can't always pack everything. But I'll try to see if I can find one of my portable tripods so that if I end up in this situation again, I mean, at least I'm giving you a view of what's going on, you know. It might only be a mirror, but, you know, at least you can see a little bit of what's going on. Yeah, today's been a hard day of streaming. Nothing has gone, like, really well. It's worked, but it's been, you know, low bit rate, things breaking. You know, my damn Android phone just wasn't gonna, you know, I really wanted to stream with it because it's got the better data plan. You know, technically I'm using about 50% of its data right now. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see if I've got a good enough connection to get the stupid thing working. I don't know why it won't play. It keeps saying it won't play. The TTS. Now where the hell did that mouse go? I found the mouse just to lose the mouse. Now I don't know where the mouse is again. I had it. None there. Where the hell did that mouse go? There it is. No, maybe? Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's pair the mouse up with this tablet. This will make my life a lot easier. There we go. Now I got a mouse. That's nice. Okay, let's. He doesn't need me yet. Okay. See if we can make this work. Okay. Audio source is going. Okay. So why is TTS not working? Okay. So let's go here. VNC. Media cannot be played. Why is that not wanting to connect? Huh. I don't know. I just do not know why this TDS is not working. Huh. Let's go back into the Windows computer and see if there's something on there that's goofed up. Because it says it's streaming. Okay. I gotta back up. Hold on. Yeah, TDS is sitting here saying that it's running. Let me shut it off. Let me reconnect it. And then let me see if I can connect to it now. Somebody type something in chat. I just want to see if this TDS is going to kick in, or TTS. Nope, I didn't hear anything. I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. But if I'm going to be using this Moblin app, it looks like I can do TDS or TTS right to it. So. I got a second. Let me connect to Windows and let's restart all this crap. See if maybe restarting the TTS software will make it happy. Okay, speech bots shut down. Well, don't honk at me if you don't want me to come over there. He's like, I'm going to go over here. And I'm like, yeah, well, you honked. I didn't know you were going to come over here. Okay. Okay, so we got streamer bot shut down, and we've got the chat bot shut down. So now we got to fire them both back up. Can't make up his mind. Well, it's good to see you too. Yeah, it's been a few years since I've streamed. We're having some woes today. It's definitely been a testing equipment day. It's been trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work. Holy shit. It's definitely been one of those days. Oh, what the hell? Forgot about the Icy Cast server. Gotta shut that down too. Okay. Icy Cast. Python. Oh, because I didn't install them there. I know where they are. I forgot these aren't installed apps, so they wouldn't be in the start menu. I'm sitting here scratching my head. I'm like, why can't I find these in the start menu? Because they're not in the start menu. Definitely should put some icons on the desktop, though. There's SpeakerBot. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Yeah, I got all excited about, because the boss has been doing a lot more commercial work, that we'd be in the city more. But unfortunately, the asphalt plants are shut down still, which is really late. I mean, normally we're working by now, but only the Fond du Lac asphalt plant is open so far. And we didn't have any jobs bid out towards Fond du Lac. So it really didn't work. Let's see. So let's turn back on the stream bot. Okay, that's running. Let's turn this back on. That's firing up. turn this back on. Let's check our radio station broadcaster. Says it's going good. Alright. I guess I could type something in the chat too. Hi. Let's see. Let's see if any audio. There it goes. Just needed a reset. Looks like. So now we got TTS, which I'm not sure if you guys can hear it or not. Let's try that again. Let's try high again. Okay, does it only have TTS when I'm in the virtual machine? Huh. Only seems like TTS is working when I'm in the virtual machine. That's not right. Okay. Yeah, nothing's being sent over to TTS. That's coming through the virtual machine, so I'll have to see what's going on with the audio settings. Because it's coming over the virtual machine speakers, but it's not being transmitted. So something is broken. Is it broadcasting the TTS over the stream? Yeah, because this isn't broad. It's not working the way it's supposed to be working. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what broke here. So settings. I probably am. I would think. I would think I'd be going for another load. Speaker options. Aha! Virtual auto cable. Primary device. Huh. Looks like my virtual audio cable broke. Yeah, this is gonna, the TTS is just something I'm gonna have to fix once I get home. I can't get that working today. Looks like something with the audio cable broke, and I just don't have time to try to get it working. It's just not gonna happen. So how's everybody's day going today? Hopefully a little bit better than mine. It's been a very stressful day. I mean, the amount of testing I did to make sure that all this worked would blow your mind. But now when you get out in the field and you actually have streams dropping because of bad data, I would just turn the stream off and everything would do what it's supposed to do, and then I'd turn the stream back on, and it was like, oh, everything's great, you know? And then it just, yeah, it just didn't do what it's supposed to do in real life. So that's kind of a disappointment. But I don't know. Yeah, nice warm sunny day. It's not bad here. I don't know what the I don't know exactly what the temperature is right off the top of my head, but I mean, it feels pretty nice. I'm definitely having to run the AC in the truck. Yeah. Anybody want to look up what the temperature is in Sheboygan, Wisconsin? I'm just curious. Yeah, but I want to put out a good stream. That's the thing, you know. I mean, nobody wants to watch a stream that's just glitching away. You know, I want to try to put something out that people want to watch and get some engagement and be able to have some conversations. It'd be nice if TTS was working, because then I wouldn't have to watch the chat. I could just listen to it. I can't tell you how many hours it took me to get that going. I tell you, the world's a lot easier if you got money. You know, there's platforms that you can stream into that are doing everything that I'm accomplishing with my OBS. You know, I mean, everything that I'm making work, you know, having this reconnection, drop protection stuff, having TTS, you know, having all this stuff are all features that you can pay for monthly, but they want $1 million for it. And I'm just, you know, I don't have that kind of money to throw around. So I'll always go for the free option if I can make it work. But sometimes the problem is that a lot of these people that make these utilities that do this stuff are really like super uber techie people. And they don't... I'm a techie person myself, but even I struggle sometimes because they can't think outside the box of how to dumb it down for the masses. So it's like, oh, you just do this and you just do that, and it's like second nature for them. And you're going, I don't know how the hell to do that, you know? Yeah. I pulled up your channel. I'll take a look at it later. I'll check your channel out when I got a few minutes. Yeah, and sometimes that's what it is. I got to do tutorials. You know, Fry sits here and says that I should sit here and I should talk to some of these AI bots because they're getting really good at helping people out with some of this stuff. So at some point, maybe I will. But I find that a lot of the AI bots, unfortunately, they'll give you bad information. So you still got to know enough about it to know when the AI is telling you something wrong. Unfortunately. So what is your channel about there, JFL? I do not know why that keeps muting. There, let me turn that off. Maybe that's why it keeps doing it. I don't know. Now I got audio again. Yeah, for some reason I had a audio thing that just keeps on shutting the audio off. I think I messed up a setting on OBS on my computer. I was playing around with different sources and stuff, and I think that's where the problem's coming in. So I think I just disabled it. Let me see if there's a second one in there. Some of them had two. Let me see. Alert box. Okay. Huh. Yeah, TTS is all kinds of messed up. I'll have to figure out what broke on that. No, so I was asking, I don't know what happened to my sound before, but I was asking what kind of music do you have? Is it AI generated, or is it your own personal music, or what kind of music is it? Yeah, but how do you get away with not getting copyright strikes if it's all real artists? Almost looks like asphalt. Okay, I'll definitely have to check it out tonight. I've got your link. I think that'll explain it to me a little bit better than anything. So who all else is in this chat? Roll call. Yeah, I pretty much only go back about 70-ish. I don't, I mean, some of the classics, you know, but not everything from like the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Fry's lurking. That's okay. Lurking and working. Alright, we're going to go a different route because that other route sucks really bad. Pull over here real quick and move the phone back to its other location, since you guys aren't watching my side mirror the whole time. As exciting as that might have been for you. We'll get you back over here. Okay. Get this over here. All right, let's see what happens. No, they're sending me back to get one more load. So, nobody ever bothered to tell me what the temperature here is in Sheboygan yet. I guess I could ask my AI glasses. Let's see. What is the temperature in Sheboygan, Wisconsin? .59 degrees Fahrenheit, huh? So it's almost 60 degrees here. Well, that's really cool. I appreciate you coming over. Yeah, I've gone on LCs here and there for quite a few years, probably going on 4 or 5 years now. But, you know, I can only handle so much of LC's channel. I mean, he's a good guy, but, you know, with all the drinking and, you know, people get very loud, and then it's just drunk people screaming. Yeah, I pretty much know this. This app I'm using pretty much tells me when I'm not live, so that's why I just shut up, and then I start talking when it says I'm live. So, yeah, I'm going through kind of a area. Yeah, if I had realized where this job was, I wouldn't have gone live today. I would have just skipped this day and chose to go live when I knew I was going to be in a city. This is just I'm in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, when we get to working in the city, I mean, it's crazy. I went on that convoy all the way across America, and because we were basically on the freeway the whole time, I streamed, except for Arizona. That was the only city, that's the only state I had a real problem with. But out of everybody that was on that convoy that was streaming, I had the most consistency on being able to stay on live. When you say he, who are you speaking of? I mean, things I can do to make it better. I've got to figure out. I've got to sell. Yeah, I never met Jeff in person. We were both there, but we were kind of running our own different circles. But I mean, I've talked to him a few times online now. I mean, he seems like a cool person. Yeah, Travel Fun 69 or Beers and Cheers. Yep. we've got audio. We should have audio. It doesn't look right. There we go. We're back switched to the glasses. I don't know why that switched. Thought I set a... Could have swore I set an option in here somewhere where that would force it to stay on auto connect. Always fun learning new software. Yeah, still working hard as ever. All right, like that is crazy. Aha. No, that's not it. Aha. Let's see if this makes any difference. I think they were $279 is what they ended up costing me. Which, luckily for me, was not the more expensive ones. They actually have ones that have a built-in screen that projects like the old green CRT type writing. Almost feels like Fallout 4. You know, when you look at the Pit Boy, they had that kind of. It would project it onto the backside of the lens. Those puppies were expensive. I wasn't even thinking about touching those. Yeah, with buying the glasses, what I'm hoping for is that it will, because they're not locked down as much as like Meta is, like the Meta Smart glasses. I'm kind of hoping that somebody will be able to unlock the. Yeah, you can order them directly from the company too with prescription lenses. I mean, I never actually thought about using them for the purpose that I'm using them for, uh, as like a microphone and a headset. But I mean, I think they sound good, and they're on my face, so it doesn't matter if I move back or anything. The guy just hit my truck. The guy loading me literally just hit my truck. Hopefully he didn't do any damage. The fuck is he doing? I gotta get out of the truck real quick and see if this guy did any damage to my truck. Kind of looks Mexican, but it kind of looks Indian. I don't know. I'm not sure it's based on that. He screwed up the board a little bit, which sucks because I just put those things on. That was a pain in the ass because they're actually structurally a 2x like 10 or something, but they're so it's hard to find the actual 2x10s, not the fake 2x10s. So yeah. There's only a couple of mills around here that you can get those.
your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. You know, we all got something we wanna do. We all got something we wanna prove. Something to work towards, something to die for. Just like the boys in the field, trying to make a couple dollar bills. I know you're tired, I know you're broke, but you still gotta get up and go. Trying to make your way through the week and keep the babies on their feet, chasing that American dream. And ain't that all of us? We get up every morning and we hop in our truck. Town. Coffee gone, but the tank's still bare. Blue top strapped in the back again. Keys in my palm, seat torn thin. Every laugh said, let's roll, my friend. We crossed that line by county sign. 4 wheels, something like they're still alive. 10 miles more than 10 again. Chain link dreams and diesel wind. Eric checks my brakes by hand. Says you made it, take the land. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just with all my friends on the road again. So glad mechanic Eric on my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Hit it down with a jukebox moan. Pie on the plate, then back to the road. One kid asked where all this leads. I said ain't sure, but it feeds my needs. Every white grease on the denim sleeve. Fix my light with a twist and a squeeze. Said keep it straight through the rain tonight. Then the whole old rig felt right. Bridge the gap and burn the fog. We don't quit when the tires cough. If the engine talks, we listen in. Then we ride out one more bend. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Eric, you're my friend again. On the road again. Road again. Road again. Halftime now, the frame shakes slow. Headlights cut through a barbed wire road. Eric points that town up ahead. I grip the wheel and nod instead. Then the beat comes back, steel and spark. We blast right through the county dark. On the road again. Miles and miles again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road Pay my tab at dawn. Check the oil by hand. Eric wiped the grease. Then he slapped my fender clean. Mat folded on my thigh. Bags piled in the back. Sun on a work shirt. And the whole crew leaned in. We roll, we roll. Pass the downer sign. Keep the wheels alive. Keep the stories live. On the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad Annie carry my friend here on the road again. Took a long cut west with a cooler full of ice. One hand on the wheel, one hand on the time. Lena sang too loud, Johnny beat the dash. Eric fixed the rattle, then he laughed and said next gas. We roll through the county line. No one asked for much when the engines ride. On the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again. Just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Gary again. My friend here on the road again. Late night toe stop, rain on the glass. Eric under the hood with his sleeves rolled back. One spark, one turn, then we came alive. He said, get back out there. And I said, let's drive on the road again. On the road again. Miles and miles, my friend. On the road again, just sitting here with all my friends. On the road again. So glad mechanic Gary, my friend here on the road again. On the road again. On the road again. We got a map, platoon, and time. On the road again. I'm just here killing time with all my friends, working all this time to make it down. I work and I work, and I still can't afford the American dream. What has this world come to, when a truck now costs 100,000? The interest rates are through the roof. The rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Man, what do we do? I'm not a millionaire, so I've just just keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the boys when we all get together. No, I'm not a millionaire, but I'm a millionaire. I work hard and I play harder, and I love my family. I'm never going hungry. I got food on my table, ain't got no cable, but I'm not worried about that when I got this piece of paradise right here in my hands. And I keep driving this beat up old truck that still runs good, burning up them roads all over this country, hanging with my people from my neck of the woods, and making a little noise with the
All right, you guys should be back. There you are. No, I was playing with a setting and I broke it, and it refused to connect. It was being really stupid. So I pulled over for 2 seconds and went to the gas station to get something to drink real quick and pee. And then I was just like, okay, well, let me try unbreaking it. And for the moment, it's working. I don't know. It's supposed to go and drop the resolution like really down to like nothing before the stream actually drops. So I don't know if you've noticed if the video's been pixelizing. I mean, that's what it's supposed to do. The quality is supposed to automatically just drop to shit. So I don't know if it's actually doing that or not. It was working earlier, oddly enough. Because it was changing screen resolutions because I didn't have the background set to stay stretched. So I was watching the screen, so it was working. I'm definitely gonna have to this weekend. I'm gonna have to come out here and do some testing. I don't know if I'm gonna go on a live stream tonight. Depends on how early my boss has me working tomorrow. Yeah, but I'm driving right into that dead zone, so she's gonna drop. Alright. I screwed with a setting that probably pissed it off. Definitely gonna have to look at this video and see all the stuff that's glitching out and when, and try to get the damn thing working better. This is so annoying. I'm starting to think that I'm getting throttled by the internet provider too. That I've just used way too much data. That's my gut, because I wasn't having any problem streaming here before. And now I can barely keep a stream going. You know, they call it an unlimited data plan, but you know, when you actually try to use it as unlimited, you find out real quick they lied. All right, I gotta go hook up the truck. I'll be back in a second. At my measly 1 megabit per second. Hello. So you guys can hear me okay? Yes, no, maybe. Yeah. So I disconnected the bonding and I just went direct and now it's working. So something crashed with the bonding. So I don't know if that plug-in is just messed up. So I'm connecting through a different connection to OBS. And it's pumping out 2 megabits per second at, whatever, and it's rocking it along, no problem. So I just don't know. I just don't get it. What's up, boss man?
I need you to, obviously, they're going there, load that paper if you want to go up there and get a room, more than welcome.
All right.
So just let me know.
All right. So the boss wants to put me up in a hotel. Well, the whole idea is it was supposed to be a lot more stable with the bonded connection and all that. So, I mean, I don't know. It's been a struggle all day. I don't know what the deal is. I am not that far from home right now, but when we're going to be working in Oshkosh tomorrow, which is around Lake Winnebago from us, so it ends up taking like an hour and a half to get there. And if we're going to be working there the rest of the week, it's just, I don't know. I could go home, pack a bag. Just, it kind of sucks because of the fact that the guys are we got to trade out the pavers for the old one for the new one. And I still got to go back to Manitowoc. I'm almost in Sheboygan right now, but I have to go back to Manitowoc to get the other paver. So it's like, do I take the dump truck home first and grab some stuff? And then have the guys wait on me, or not be there when I show up and then have to move all the equipment around by myself, which is going to take a couple of hours? Or do I run up to Manitowoc, grab my car, run back to Sheboygan, burn my own gas, which is going to be, an hour. Either way, it's an hour and a half out of my life. Or do I just say, screw it, go to Manitowoc and go right to the hotel and just run with what I got? I mean, obviously it's suboptimal no matter which way I go, but it is what it is. I can still do research. I mean, I've got the tablet, I've got a keyboard, a mouse, I've got access to my computers through the internet, the hotel's internet, so I can still tweak things on the stream and try to figure out what's going wrong and mess around with it a little bit tonight. But then tomorrow, like I said, I'm going to be in a major city, and the plant is going to be in a major city. So most likely I'll have good cell service. So a lot of the problems that we were having today with just being in a bad cell area won't really affect me come tomorrow, probably. Cross my fingers. I don't know. He doesn't cover meals, but he'll cover the room. I mean, you got to figure that this truck, if we end up working the rest of the week up in that area, to drive that hour and a half, 3 hours of driving, an hour and a half home, and an hour and a half back, you know, that's going to cost him probably $150 in fuel, you know, and the hotel room's like 70 or 80. So it just makes sense. So, yeah, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I've got a hotspot sitting at my garage, and I'm not too far away from my garage. I might grab that for tomorrow, too. And then I'll have 3-cell connections that I can try to bounce shit with, and I don't know. Yeah, most of the hotels I stay in are like extended stays or the American Inn, stuff like that. Nothing that has steaks. Otherwise, trust me, I'd buy the steak. I can try playing with it, but like I said, it was not working. I had garbly gook audio, and it just was not. It was not having it. See, the problem is I need to be like out here in the middle of nowhere to test. You know, where the stream breaks, you know. I mean, I tried IRL Pro. It was not having it. I don't know why. Audio was bad. The video was choppy. It was horrible. It was a horrible experience. Definitely a horrible experience. Yeah, she's holding rock steady at 2 megs per second. So I don't know what was going on. I couldn't keep a 500 kilobit per second stream going with the bonding. So I don't know why now directly connected I'm keeping a stronger signal. I really thought I was being throttled by the ISP. Like I went and used way too much data today and it pissed them off. I wanted to go grab, I have a Wii Boost, and I wanted to go grab that today, but, because that would have helped, because I found that where the Wii Boost works the best is it ends up amplifying your upload signal. You know, it helps with your download speed, but I really, when I did a comparison, I mean, it really boosts the upload speed, and that's what you need when you're streaming. So, it kind of sucks, because I was going to go grab that tonight. I don't know. Maybe I'll just take the dump truck home tonight. Take the dump truck and the trailer home tonight, and then go grab my Wii Boost and my hotspot. See if I can't get that up and running for tomorrow. See, I got a feeling that this link to the Android phone, it was showing that there was data going out on it, but then it keeps on saying waiting for streamers. So, I'm gonna have to research that, because everything appeared to look like the bonding was working. But, I've always had this message where it says waiting for streamers. So it's like it's not physically actually sending anything to the phone. So I don't know. I don't know. I'll keep testing, and I'll find something that works. Who knows? Maybe I'll buy one of those T-Mobile hotspots like what Gary's got. Just, it just sucks. I want to do this, and I want to have fun doing it, and I want the stream to stay up and be responsive, so then more people will watch, more people will talk in the chat, and I can have more of an interactive experience, and the day kind of goes by faster. But, I also don't want it to cost me $1 million a month, for something, being that YouTube ain't paying me anything for this. I'm not monetized, and even if I was, the channel's so small, I don't get the watch hours to really rake in the money to cover the expenses for all the equipment, and all the cell plans and all that. That's just money coming out of my pocket every month. So, it's hard to bite that bullet when there's nothing coming in. You get what I'm saying? Because, honestly, I wouldn't mess with this OBS or anything. I'd just go into, Restream. I'd send it straight to Restream, do a bonded connection like Gary does, and that would probably be a lot more stable. I don't know. But, again, how much does Restream cost a month? That's a good question there, Fry. Anyways, seeing how you got a computer, how much is Restream where you can have a SRT LA bonded connection to Restream? What are they? What's the plan that you got to go up to get that? How many millions of dollars do they charge you? Well, that's not an answer. I'm really just curious. I want to know how much it actually costs. I mean, we both know I'm not going to do it, but I want to feel good about not doing it. And you're Mr. Wizard, I'm pretty sure you can pull it up on a computer pretty quick. And be like, it's $500 a month. And I'd be like, yep, I ain't paying $500 a month. Doing some reading right now. We're waiting. We're done for the day. I'm just waiting for them to kind of finish using the equipment and getting it loaded up on the trailer. So that's what I'm doing right now. And then I'm just kind of doing some research because things just have not been working very well. Included in the free standard and professional plans, you only get SRT support starting at business plans $200 a month. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's about what I figured. So I need to start grifting for donos. That's what you're telling me. I don't know. Gary said he's doing a bonded connection with Restream. So is he paying the $199 a month? Yeah, stream to Twitch. I actually thought about that for a bit. Was that if I were to stream just directly to Twitch and they support but I don't know if they have disconnect protection. But yeah, if I stream to Twitch, I could grab that stream, the output of that, and then stream it to YouTube with the computer. But I don't know if they offer disconnect protection, because obviously I need disconnect protection. Can't you tell? Because without it, how many times would I have been offline and having to restart the stream? Would have been 1 billion times. What do you mean I don't need disconnect protection? I would have been offline how many times today? Come on. Try and do some research real quick. My day's going. It's been very taxing. I was really trying to do a lot of. I was really excited about this stream because I really thought I had banged out a lot of these connection problems, and I thought the stream was going to go a lot more smooth, but it's been just riddled with problems that I couldn't foresee. Some of it's just new software I've never used. There's always stuff happening in the background. I had a bonded connection that in theory should have worked really well, but it didn't. And so I was trying to keep a stream up, even sitting where I am right now, where I'm streaming perfectly fine, and I couldn't keep a stream going with that bonded connection going. So I eventually just said screw it, and I dropped the bonded connection, and now on just a single cell connection, it's working fine. So yeah, I don't know. So many things I've been trying to get working, and it's it's been a very frustrating day. The only thing that's worked well is these smart glasses that I'm using as a microphone and a headset. That thing has been, except for the fact that the app sometimes would drop it, they've been rock solid. The audio's been great. The glasses have worked awesome. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with that purchase. These smart glasses have been the best part of the day. Yeah, but I just, I want to have quality content. I want to get, there were 1,000 people that saw that short yesterday. you know, and had the stream not been garbly-gook all day, there's potential we could have had some serious numbers in this chat and really had it going. You know what I mean? We could have had a really good conversation and it would have been great. You know, but instead it was just garbage. You know, the stream quality was garbage, so nobody stuck around. You know, so it's kind of disappointing that we could have had some really good numbers, had some really good conversations. The chat could have just been rolling. I could have played off the chat. You know, but I mean, probably 90% of the day I'm just fighting with programs and connection settings, and I can't talk to anybody. I wasn't able to have any type of conversation, and it just, nothing worked. And it's just like, are you kidding me here? So, I don't know. It's just very frustrating. So, so it's just been a frustrating day. Alright, I gotta go help these guys load up this truck or this equipment. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, we rolling. Yeah, so here's the dilemma that I had. The boss wants me to go to Oshkosh, but I have to go back to Manitowoc, and I wanted to stop by my house. But the guys are going to help me load the equipment, and if they're not here, it takes forever to unload and load the equipment. So we're going to swing by my shop, my 3-car garage. I guess we can call it a shop. And I'm going to pick up that hot spot because it's kind of on the way. Kind of. It's not really that far out of the way. And grab that and then start heading up to Manitowoc. And then I'm going to take the truck and trailer home with me. And that's going to be the plan. So that's my plan. And I'm sticking to it. I'm not going to do the hotel tonight, unfortunately. Oh, see, there's the auto frame thing. It just popped in there. So it just lowered the resolution, and because of the fact that I don't have that window framed properly, it's just making the window smaller. It's not whatever. So see, that was working there, Fry, but it just wasn't working with the bonded. It's working with the single. So I'll have to look into that. Maybe that feature gets disabled when you have a bonded connection, which still seems stupid to me because that seems like that would be useful. The adaptive resolution. Yeah, when I stop at the shop, I'll get out the laptop and I'll fix that real quick so it doesn't change the screen size when it goes down to 720 or 480. Yeah, the problem with the hotspot though is it's got visible on it, which is a very cheap plan. And the only reason I used it is so that when I'm at I've got a robot lawnmower, and I just need to be able to contact the mower and see if it's cutting the grass or if it got stuck, or So even though the bandwidth might not be shit. At least as long as it'll make that kind of connection, it was good enough. So I don't know if it's going to do squat to make this any better. Yeah, I also increased the buffer a bit. So possibly that'll make this a little bit better. Because if I don't run out of buffer before the signal comes back, it'll be as if it never dropped. See, there goes the resolution thing again. Yeah, for now. It's been a struggle all day. But I am kind of close to Sheboygan, well, Howard's Grove. So I'm not going through that cellular dead zone. I'm going towards a major city. But thank you. Yeah, see, there goes the resolution thing again. Yeah, I'm definitely going to fix that, because that would make a big difference if it can automatically drop the resolution for, instead of just buffering. I mean, optimally, that's what I want. I want it to cut back the resolution and kilobits per second to keep the stream up. Yeah, I've never been over the road. I've always driven, dump truck all my life. Normally quad axle. This is a tri-axle dump truck, which is as long as a quad. It's missing an extra lift axle. But I like this because I'm home. I'm usually home every night. I mean, over the road right now, with the way the pay is, I've talked to a lot of friends that have done over the road, and now is not the time. There's too many foreigners, that, technically don't even have licenses, that are willing to work for a quarter of what you're willing to work for. So all the load boards aren't paying squat. They're really screwing everybody over, trying to race to the bottom. So there's no money in it right now. That's really the problem. Unless you're a well-established company with a really good contract, you're just kind of SOL when it comes to over-the-road trucking. And this paid by the mile crap is just garbage. Because there's so many times you have to deadhead where you don't have a load to go get a load, and those are all miles you're not getting paid for because you're not loaded. That's part of it. Or if you end up at a shipper's and you have to wait. So that's my garage. My little 3-car garage and some of my toys. You guys might remember the camper from the convoy. I'm going to run in and grab my hotspot real quick, so I'll be right back. Well, Fry, my output is from the computer, not from my phone. So no matter what my phone is sending to my computer, you're always going to see a really high bit rate. Yep, relay server. Alright, so on our way to Manitowoc. Manitowoc. Oh yeah, I was going to do that thing real quick before I ended up all the way, in case it decides it wants to do that. Because obviously it's working, because it's changing the resolution, but I got to go into the computer and change that background real quick. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull over here. I'm going to take care of that real quick before we hop on the freeway. Because yeah, that's definitely a feature I want. I want that to work perfectly and not have the video get all stupid. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Why is the mousey not working? Come on, mousey. There we go. There's the mousey. Okay, so let's open OBS and get that functioning real quick. Come on. You think you can. Let's go. There we go. Oh. Yeah, the server's doing great. It's at 28% CPU. It's using just under 8 gigs of 16 gigs of memory, and it's using 52% of the GPU to run this stream. So that's not bad. You know, I wish the GPU usage was a little lower, but 50% isn't too bad. There we go. All right, so main, and then, yeah, my connection to this is really bad right now. Okay. So this is like working like I'm trying to operate a 486. I mean, it's my connection to this is really bad. All right, come on, fit the screen. That's all I need you to do. Good. Okay, so now the resolution shouldn't change when the screen size shouldn't change when the resolution changes. So we should be good. All right, let's go to Manitowoc. Well, actually, I want the computer to talk back to me. I want it to tell me everything you guys are saying so I don't have to take my eyes off the road to read your messages. Which I got to figure out what broke, which I can do at the hotel. Oh no, I'm going to be home. I keep thinking about I'm going to be at the hotel room, but no, I'll be able to do that when I get home. I just got to figure out what broke with it, because it should have worked. Yeah, it's funny, the stream's been fucking rock solid since I switched back to a single instead of a bonded. It's crazy. So, I guess as we're going out to Manitowoc, let me know, you know, but let me know. I mean, I'm monitoring it too, but let me know if the resolution changes to like where it gets really pixelized. I'm kind of curious. It should go all the way down to like really low, like below 480, to try to keep the stream alive, which is great, because that's all I want it to do is put out video and still keep the audio going. You know, if the video turns to garbage, it's better than being disconnected, you know, as long as I can still talk and you guys can still talk and there's something on the screen. Look at this jackhole. Just pulls out right in front of me. No concept. Just no concept of reality there. Probably going to pull over in a second, and I want to check there's one setting, because I remember when I was using this setting, the audio got all stupid, and I think it's because I didn't have timestamps on, and I don't remember if I set it, so I'm going to have to disconnect the camera for a second and check that setting. And I want to do that before I get on the freeway, so I'm going to pull over here real quick. I'm just going to pop off the camera for a second, and I'm going to check this setting, and then I'll be right back. Even though I shouldn't tempt fate because everything's working. Here we go. Okay. Back on the road again. On the road again. Can't wait to get back on the road again. I don't remember the rest of the song. Something about all my friends or something. I don't remember. What do we got here? If anyone doesn't know, I live stream birds. Pimping out your channel there, Kimberly, huh? I see how it is. I don't see you pimping out my channel on yours. It's okay. I've never been like that. Actually, I'm going to pull over and do one more thing real quick. I keep on going and stopping and going and stopping. I remember I moved the camera mount when I was showing you guys the window, and now there's so much camera in the actual shot of the screen. I'm going to see if I can eliminate some of that. There we go. Now it's just taking up the hood, which isn't as big a deal. You got a little bit more visual space for you guys, so you don't have to look at the phone holder. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh, I see her doing that on Polish Agnes's, and oh yeah, she's all about promoting her birds channel, which I can't knock her for it. I mean, she's got a decent subscription base of people, and she's monetized. I mean, I would be with my my number of viewers, but I don't have the watch hours because I haven't been live. But so we will be streaming tomorrow, obviously, and we're going to be doing asphalt in Oshkosh. And because of the fact that we will be pretty much in a major city, I'm not foreseeing any real dead spots. So there's a good chance we'll have a lot better stream for now. So we'll see how that goes. So hopefully the stream will be better tomorrow, and we can have the conversations, and things will work better, and we'll get more people viewing and chatting, and everything will be exciting. And our test of Nightmare today hopefully won't have destroyed the channel too much. I think adding that buffer helped too. I mean, granted, it means you guys are on a little bit more of a delay, from what I'm actually saying to what you're actually hearing. But I mean, if it keeps the stream quality up, it's an acceptable thing for me. Especially with the fact that I'm mobile all the time. I'm always going from one cell tower to another. Yeah. I've never learned how to do that. That came along after I was done streaming. So I saw a spot when I set up the live for later where it had the option, but I don't know how the people do it just before they go and get off live. I don't know if they go into YouTube Studio and then set it up while they're live, or if there's a button on YouTube, or, I'm not exactly sure how people redirect that. You may have to call me later once I'm done streaming and explain how that works. Or I could, I suppose, watch a YouTube video. But, I mean, why would I want to watch a YouTube video? See, isn't this more fun? The stream's working, I'm talking, you guys can hear me. Even though you're a very quiet chat, don't really talk much. So I'm having to hold the entire conversation. But it is what it is. Okay, so it is that link I saw in YouTube Studio. Okay. I kind of figured it was. It really sucks that the YouTube Studio app for the phones doesn't give you that functionality. I mean, that YouTube Studio app is pretty much useless, on the actual phones. It really just doesn't do squat. So it's really sad. So you have to have something that you can actually go to the web browser, and a lot of times on the phone you try to open up the mobile web page and it's just such small screen, it's almost impossible to navigate. At least I've got a tablet here I can do it on, or I can go into the virtual machine and do it through the Windows computer that I can remotely connect to. I don't know. I mean, you guys could chit-chat between yourselves, and then I can always hop in, or can ask me questions. If I got to sit here and answer questions, that's something that'll keep me busy. See, this is easy streaming. When you're on a freeway and you got cell towers, I mean, I see 2 cell towers right here. This is like nothing streaming. It's like, there's 3. I see 3 cell towers now. It's like, it's no-brainer to be able to live stream when you're on the freeway. Oh, I fully believe that whole moon thing is all a hoax. I don't think we went there in the first place. There was that NASA guy that was sitting here saying that they hadn't figured out, or they forgot how to get through the radiation belt. So people don't die from going through that Van Buren radiation belt. I think it's Van something. you know, and they completely forgot the technology and how to do it. You know, I mean, we've got moon landers and we've got capsules that supposedly went there. You just look at that, I would think. But now supposedly we went around the moon. Is that what I heard? Which is funny because it was such a minor thing. You know, like when we supposedly went to the moon, it was on every channel, on every, you know, on the TV all the time. And it was like just the biggest thing in the world, you know. Even back when the space shuttles used to go up, I mean, that was like main time, you know, prime time video. And you know, this thing, I just happened to hear about it, and I'm like, what? We went? Supposedly they went around the moon? I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of silly. You know, that it's not that big of a deal, you know. Then I saw a video where some guy like took out a plush toy or something, and it looked like it was a green screen because you could see some words like develop into it. You know, it's like, yeah. I mean, the government needs money. You know, why not fund the fake space organization? Well, if it was real, hypothetically, let's play devil's advocate, and let's say it's actually real. Their justification for going to the poles makes sense because they're looking for water. Because if they're going to do, if their storyline were to hold true, you'd need water to get hydrogen and oxygen and all that stuff. So the justification there makes sense. I mean, if they really wanted to prove it, but we would still think it's a lie. You would think that, you know, 20, 30 years ago, you know, they would have pointed telescopes at it. I mean, the moon isn't that far away. You know, a cheap consumer telescope can see the moon. You know, you get one of these really big telescopes, and I mean, they know where they landed, you know, hypothetically. So, I mean, they could point a really powerful space telescope and see the surface of the moon. You know, but then, you know, we would all say, well, it's just faked anyways. But, I mean, they didn't even try to put in the effort, you know. Or you could have gone to a telescope where you actually had an eyepiece. You know, there's some big telescopes, like there was one in Oshkosh, or Oak Creek, Wisconsin. There was a big telescope at the Delphi plant. I mean, that thing was probably big enough to see the moon. And that probably had an actual eyepiece instead of a digital camera. You know, and you could have sat and you could have seen that and been like, okay. Yeah, but with cameras, you could sit here and you could say that it was digitally faked. The only way is, you know, have a line, you know, a traditional mirrored telescope where there's no trickery and it's just lenses. Okay, so we're on low bit rate. So, but it didn't disconnect, so I don't know if the screen got digitized or whatnot. We'll see in a second. I just had a low bit rate warning. Now we're back up to a good stream, so I'll be curious to find out what just happened there about a couple seconds ago. Because it didn't disconnect. It said low bit rate, and that's all it said on my end. So that's an improvement. So maybe, oh, yeah, I just saw it. It kind of glitched out a little bit. But I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad how it glitched. It came right back. Much better than it's been all day. Trust me, I'll take that over what we were fighting with in that area, the bad cell area I was in. Yeah, I didn't play the be right back video. Yeah. So that's good. I'm not picking up that phone call because it's going to drop the audio. They're probably getting tired of waiting on me. Yeah. They're probably at the shop going, well, where the hell is he? We left at the same time. Although I did find a setting in here that's supposed to keep the video going while it's in the background. I'm actually going to call him real quick, and I'm going to see if this video drops. You let me know if it drops when I do this. And then you know, I obviously can restart the video after the phone call. I just don't want him to leave before I get there. So that's the downside of using your regular phone as a streaming phone when it's an iPhone. Luckily, I don't have a lot of people call me, so the interruptions aren't that often. I was kind of hoping the video would keep on going because I saw a toggle. Maybe that was in the other connection. I'll have to see if because each connection has its own settings, and maybe I set that up in the bonding and I'd never set it up for this connection. So I guess that's something I'll have to try later. Yeah. So maybe that's a setting that I have to set up for each connection, and I might not have done that for this one. Which I'll figure out, but because of the fact that I'm connected to my server, I can disconnect the camera and reconnect, and the stream is still here when I get back. It's funny, we went from 12 to 7, and like the stream's been good. It stayed good. We got good audio, good video. We're doing truck driving things. We're driving down the freeway, you know? You think this would be like, you know, the perfect time to be like watching the stream and interacting with me. Because everything's working. I even bumped up the kilobits to 2.5. 2500, whatever. Figured might as well push the bit rate a little bit. Just to see what kind of happened. Maybe. Well, you always got one watcher that's probably the government, you know. Yeah, then you got, I wouldn't say I got any real trolls. I mean, Al Munson comes in here, he's polite, he has conversations. I mean, we've got, you know, he doesn't hate me. I mean, maybe he does. We kind of have a mutual respect, I guess. You know, he's not into my political views, but he knows at the core of it I'm a good person, and that when I was with the convoy, I pretty much was there to help people. So, you know, then there's Charlie Cheswick, you know, and you know he's kind of the same way, you know. So I mean, there's Telescope. I mean, I don't know how many trolls there are, you know, that, you know, usually if they're a troll, they usually got to be in chat trolling you, you know. So I don't know how many hate watchers there could be, you know. It is what it is. So, I mean, this is more how I expected the stream to go. Is, you know, just perfect connection, everything working. Audio's good, video's good, up, low bit rate. So we just dropped the bit rate a little bit. So now we get to see what it does. See if it glitches out or if it just changes resolution or how it deals with the problem. But it didn't disconnect. And it didn't go to my Be Right Back video. So that's good. I will take that any day of the week. What's working now? You got to be more descriptive there. Oh, look at this dipshit. Yeah, let's just pull out right in front of a semi. And then he just stops and sits there. It's like, dude, you just should have went. I was already braking. It's like, why not commit to your stupidity? Yeah, I fixed that. I fixed the resizing thing. All it should do is it should get more pixely, you know, like as if you were watching it at 480 or 360. That's what it should be doing. The size should stay the same. It should just get really pixelized, like it's a really low resolution. F doing tech in chat when I have to work. Sorry, Fry. You're the only one talking in the chat, you know, so I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. But yeah, I mean, just, you know, You know what you mean. I don't always know what you mean because it's fill in the blanks sometimes. So it's kind of like, okay, I'm trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about. Yeah, I want my TT too. And I don't know why that got held. Why don't I thought I had you as a mod, Fry. Did you have me unmod you or something, or were you never one of my mods? I can block curse words. I can literally sit here and change them through TTS. So, if you put that word in there, I can literally have it say poo-poo potty pants. I like you just fine. I'm hoping this next winter, 15 years, the boss has talked about going down south to work. And if I end up down south, I would like to sit here and come by and hang out with you for a couple of days and maybe work on a project and do some live streaming. And I mean, we don't have to live stream. I mean, if that's not what you're about or whatever. I mean, I did that with Saznak. We just went out to dinner and he's like, do you want to live stream? And I'm like, I really don't care to live stream. It was all about just hanging out with him. It wasn't really about, trying to use him for views, So, I mean, I'd just like to come out and do some tech shit with you. Hang out, see your stuff, whatever. But it all depends on whether or not we work down there for the winter, or if I can find a winter job down there, because I am done. I am so done with Wisconsin weather in the winter. I've got no reason to stay in Wisconsin. My job gives me 4 to 5, maybe 6 months off a year, so I might as well go somewhere else, pack up the camper, go somewhere else, and literally live in better climates. Oh, and I'm pretty sure there's things that your tech versus my tech. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's stuff that doesn't overlap. There's things that I know about that you don't. So, I mean, it might be something where it's a trade of an exchange of knowledge. Here I am teaching you stuff, and you're teaching me stuff, and blah, 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 and yeah. So, okay, so we are at the shop. It's funny that we call it a shop. We are at the parking lot, and you guys might recognize that trailer. That's the trailer I used to take Tracy's ambulance back to Missouri, and that is my trailer. It is not the company trailer. So yeah. Alright, I gotta go help these guys. I'll be back. Okay, we are back. On the road again. Can't wait to get back on the road again. I have no idea where everybody is. But just imagine how long that would have taken me to do by myself, and I had 3 other people helping. It's crazy. I hate, I'll do it if I have to, but I hate to load and unload the equipment all by myself. It just takes so damn long. Yeah, let's hit the road. Stream's actually being good today. Unfortunately, I can't take the way to get home on the freeway because we don't go over scales. Not that there's anything wrong with this truck. We literally spent like 30 grand on it over the winter to fix a whole bunch of stuff it needed. It's just rule of thumb. If you can avoid going over the scale, you just do it. Even if it takes you an extra 10 minutes. But unfortunately, that takes me on 42 where we were having some of our buffering problems. But I guess this will be a good test. If this is more stable or if it's going to get all stupid. So I guess it's a good thing we're going back that way. We're not going into the really, really bad area. But we're gonna go through close to it, close enough that it's probably gonna twitch out the stream just a little bit. So we'll see what happens. We will just roll with it. That's what we'll do. We'll just roll. I wish this light would change. Holy crap, it's taking forever. It's a long light. There we go. About freaking time. Nope, the scales are not your friend. But like I said, everything's legal on this truck. I mean, I will tell you, when I started for this company 15 years ago, oh my God, it was a shamble. It was a shamble. They were driving it was a Kenworth T800 or something. T800, the anteater nose, they call it, I guess. And it was stretched. It was originally a sleeper truck that they took the sleeper off, put a piece of plywood on, and painted it. And then they stretched the frame and they put a quad axle box on it. So like 20-foot box on it, dump box. That truck was only rated to carry, what would it have been? 12,000 pounds on the front and 34,000 on the rear. So do the math. That's what its capacity was. And they were loading that thing like it was a quad. They were putting loads of like 67,000 on it. Well, with the weight of the truck, yeah. But I mean, they were easily putting like 21 ton on it. But that wasn't the worst part. That thing, the rubber bushings that held the rear end together were all blown out. So if you if you actually raise the air suspension, you'd get a death wobble that would literally like rock the truck. Like it would start doing a wobble side to side and like want to throw you off the road. So they were driving it with the air suspension depleted. So it was a solid axle basically with no rear suspension, which is horrible. The driveline angles. I mean, there's so many reasons that's a horrible idea to do. You know, drive shaft angles, no suspension. You know, you're riding on the bump stops with a full load, and they're not designed to do that. You know, they're not designed to be run around full of weight. You know, on the bump stops. So the clutch slipped. You know, and it was crazy. That was the first repair I ever did for them, and that was my mistake. I showed them that I knew how to fix shit, because that thing was a death trap and I wasn't going to drive it that way. One of the pins for the okay, on a leaf spring suspension, you've got a centering pin that goes through the leaf and into the axle. On the front axle, there's that pin centers it, and then you've got the U-bolts that clamp it down. Well, the U-bolts don't really keep it from sliding forward and backwards on the leaf spring, you know, especially if they get loose, and that's what the centering pin's for. Well, the centering pin had sheared on it, so there are times where you go around a corner and you turn the wheel and it didn't turn. It just kind of wanted to go straight. And it's like, oh my God. Yeah, so that truck was a piece. Kenworth wanted $10,000 to fix that rear suspension. I took off the parts that needed bushings. I went to, and you'll find this in the dump truck industry. The manufacturers only make the cab. They don't make anything else. So the axles are made by somebody else. All the other parts are pretty interchangeable between the brands. So I ended up getting bushings from the Mack dealership for Kenworth. And then I went to the Freightliner dealership and paid them an hours of labor to put those bushings into the part that I took off the truck. I think in total it cost the boss, with my labor, like $300 for what Kenworth wanted $10,000 for. So I fixed that. Then the clutch it was a manually adjusted clutch. Now all these modern clutches, they kind of have a ratcheting system. So as they get play in them, when you push them all the way to the floor, when you go to lift your foot up, they'll actually drag a little bit and then it'll readjust. So you don't have to readjust them. But that one happened to have a manually adjusted clutch, and that's all it needed. They were driving around with the clutch slipping and all this crap, and it's like I literally got under the truck and 5 minutes later the clutch was fine. I couldn't help them with the centering pin because I didn't have the facility to do that kind of heavy duty repair. So we ended up having to send it into the shop for that one. But yeah, it was, once I got my hands on it, it became a good truck. And really, ever since I've worked for this company, I jokingly sit here and say that I've stayed working at this company so long so that somebody doesn't end up getting killed. Because of that type of shit. But that was this company used to be a father and son organization. And it was mostly the father-in-law that was really the penny pincher, don't fix it unless it's like broke, like you can't drive it broke. And that was his philosophy. But I have to admit, these last 2 years, now that he's not part of this company anymore, and the son-in-law took over, doing everything the 100% right way is his priority. So, you know, that makes me feel a lot better. I mean, I was always willing to do something on a little bit of the sketchy side, you know, with the understanding that I knew the safeties, you know. But, shit. I brain farted and I got on the freeway. I'm going to go past the scale. Well, hopefully they're closed. Because there ain't nothing I can do now. I'm not going to be that Florida guy trying to turn around in the roundabout. So, I've never actually gone over a scale in my life. So, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, trucks got better over the years. This was really like one of our first really good trucks. And we got this, we've had this for a while. This is a 2013. Our other truck's a 2020. So, I mean, and the boss is talking about getting a brand new quad, so, or close to new quad. So, I mean, we've got a brand new paver that we just bought like right at the end of last year's season. We've got a brand new skidster that we bought at the beginning of last year's season. We got a brand new little roller that we just picked up a week or two ago. So he's always about buying new stuff. So that's a good thing. So I'm very happy about that. You know, and I've proved myself with this company because I'll always go above and beyond, you know. I'll either fix shit or, you know, I just handle it so that my boss doesn't have to. So I'm definitely high on the pay scale. I probably make, I don't know, most drivers around here driving dump truck or driving truck period around here make about $35 an hour. I make substantially more. My boss will complain about it every time he has to pay he pays the taxes. But you know, when shit breaks, you know, we've never had to hire a tow truck. I've always been able to either repair the equipment on the job site or get it fixed enough that we could get it onto the trailer and take it someplace without having to call a wrecker. We've never had a tow bill. Anything that's ever broken down on the truck, I've been able to fix on the side of the road. So, I mean, you know, and that's why he pays me the big bucks. Is because, you know, at the end of the year, if he went with a driver that he was paying $35 an hour that didn't know how to do the things I do, he'd be paying a lot more in all these repair bills, you know, and downtime, you know, when shit's broken, you know, because, you know, when you're sitting there and you're just sitting there with your thumb up your butt and you're paying, you know, 10 guys to sit around and wait until something happens, you know, it's just whatever. This truck right now, crap. I would have to go through the menu and figure that out, because I usually keep it on the fuel economy thing, so I don't know what the mileage is these days. Let's see. 429,949 miles is what this truck has right now. Woohoo! The weigh station is closed. Yay! Happy, happy days. But it's just the headache of dealing with them. You know, you never want to deal with them. Stream got a little googly gooked. Oh, we went low bandwidth. I didn't notice that. And we're back. Surprised that didn't happen on the way out there. That it only happened on the way back. That's kind of surprising. There we go with the low bit rate again. Yeah, unfortunately, this phone setup is very behind me. I probably had good cell service because all the cell towers were ahead of me, and now they're behind me, and I've basically got this big metal Faraday cage behind me. So that's where the Wii Boost, if I can put an antenna outside and get the Wii Boost going, would probably help in these in this type of situation. Yeah, I saw that. Saw that the video went to the ocean thing. I'm actually monitoring the video. I didn't want to really have to be doing that, but the WebSocket connection for OBS blade has been very, very, very unstable and is really not giving me a good connection. So I haven't been able to really monitor on that. So unfortunately, I have been having to watch the stream or have it running in the background. All right. Bye, Kimberly. She left us. She left us. Kimberly doesn't like me anymore. So, Fry, if I make you a mod, does that mean you have to come in my channel more often? And actually talk and keep up a conversation? And I don't know. And then another good question. you know, if I do go live tonight while I'm doing diagnostic things, are you gonna? If I do a StreamYard, are you gonna come up on the stream? I have no idea what we'll talk about. I mean, I'll probably just be doing testing and just kind of shooting the shit. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I definitely have to do some settings on these glasses, because for whatever reason, when I'm talking to you guys, I don't know if it doesn't think I'm in a phone call or whatever, but I keep triggering it, and then it's listening to what I'm saying, and then it tries to respond, and it's just jibber jabber in my ear. So I'm going to definitely have to turn off the, kind of like you go, hey Siri type thing. No, I definitely want to do some research and try to figure out what was going on with that bonded connection. Because in theory, that's supposed to be good. It should work. But it did not. And then I also I've got some apps, other apps, where IRL Pro only works on Android, and it's like one of the only apps that has the bonded connection. There's, I think, 2 or 3 apps in Apple that has that bonded connection option too. So, I don't know. Have to see what I can do there. So Fry, when the chat's dead like this, and I just kind of want to drive and be mindless, you gonna pipe me one of those links to your radio station so I can put it in my OBS and just have video and audio running in the background? This is the only bad thing about having a high delay. I sit here and I say something and then I gotta wait for the reply. Well, thank you very much, Fry. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you just want to text that to me, I can do that while I'm testing tonight. Although you didn't actually say anything about whether or not you'd come up on stream if I were to go on StreamYard tonight. Although I really don't know if I'm going to. I'm kind of tired. I kind of, when I found that bonded server, I sat here and the AI's talking to me again. Oh my God, this is so annoying. It's hard to focus on talking to you guys when it's yapping in my ear. Alright, that works too, Fry. Yeah, no, when I ended up finding that bonded server last night, I was like, oh, well, I should spend some time getting it going, and I thought I had it going, and, you know, it was like, it took a little bit longer than I wanted to, and I didn't end up in bed till about 2 in the morning, and I was up at 6, so I'm actually only running on 4 hours sleep. So, in actuality, I probably am not going to stream a StreamYard tonight, because I'm going to want to just go to bed and be fresh in the morning, because I'm still going to have like an hour, I think it's an hour drive. I think it's like an hour drive for me to get to Fond du Lac. So, or not to Fond du Lac, to Oshkosh. So I don't know. These haven't been charging this entire time. Are you kidding me? I was trying to charge the glasses and talk on the phone, or talk on the thing, and I thought I was actually charging it, but it appears I wasn't. So this entire time I've been streaming, these glasses have been just running off their battery all day. That's crazy. I plugged them in when it was complaining about being at 20%, and it just gave me a warning about 10%. And I guess I didn't realize that the charge indicator hadn't turned on, so I guess they weren't actually charging. Or maybe they were and I just didn't see it. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I don't understand why it would be going down with it plugged into a battery pack. Yeah, I think that's going to be what I'm going to do. Probably just going to rest tonight. I mean, I'm going to do a little tinkering because I want to figure out what's going on, but at least this seems to be stable. So I'm tickled pink about it. At least with this app and whatever. Oh. 12 people watching. Roll call. Who's all actually watching? Come on. All you gotta do is say hi. Let your presence be known. I'm gonna have to clean the windshield. Just realized there's like bugs in the view of the camera. Yeah, I do. It's actually Mechanic Eric. I think it's Mechanic Eric America on Facebook. And I don't know if my Facebook link's on my YouTube. But, yeah, if you just search for Mechanic Eric America, I should come up. I had just triggered the AI thing again, and it went and searched up my YouTube and gave me all my statistics. Sarah told me that about the Tennessee rally I went to, and I had a video with fireworks, and you know, then I did sunrise videos and how many subscribers I had and all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. I'm definitely gonna have to turn that auto detective is. Oh, there you go. That's the good mod. That's what a good moderator should do. It's funny though. There's a whole bunch of people from back in the convoy days that are still modded on my channel. I think AJ Farms was one of them or whatever. He popped in one night when I was in a live stream. He didn't know that Jeff had passed away. He was like, "Where's Jeff?" It's like, yeah, I had to break the news to him that Jeff passed away. So that kind of sucked. So you're 3 of the 14 people watching right now. That's what you're telling me, Kimberly? Well, it helps with my watch hours. Maybe I'll be able to get monetized soon. You know, after a couple of weeks of live streaming. Not that, you know, it's funny, you know, getting monetized, you know, I don't know. You know, I don't know what it is about my content. You know, you get people that are getting donations all the time, you know, and it's like, I don't get it. I don't get why they get the donations. I've never really gotten donations. You know, even when I was in the convoy, Taco Joe, you know, put a shout out to donate to me so I could have stuff to help people on that were broken down on the side of the road. And he did that twice, and that's literally like the only money that ever came in. Was when he did those shout outs. You know. Which I gotta thank him for, because, you know, that's what really let me do what I needed to do, was those donations. You know, that kept me moving. My moderator, Jeff. You know, the one that was modding during the convoy, that Jeff. You know, he ended up over hanging out with the trolls and was on Telescope's channel for a while there, and, you know, ended up kind of stabbing me in the back, but, you know, I'm not going to get into all that because he's passed away, so any of his past wrongdoings are forgiven. But that's the Jeff. Yeah. Yeah, he moved to Arizona. He ended up moving to Arizona for some reason, near Flagstaff. And him and his mom had an apartment or a condo or something. And he went in for some type of procedure. He wasn't doing good in the first place, but he went in for some type of procedure, and he never came off the table. So, yeah. Yeah. So, whatever the case. But, yeah, he used to be in Polish Agnes's chat all the time. Well, at least the good thing about this is I can go get my Wii Boost. fact that I'm coming home, instead of just going straight to the hotel, I can go over to where I got to go to get my Wii Boost. Well, that sucks. I can't park in front of my house, so I'm going to have to park over here on the corner. This means I got to walk home, not just across the street. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I feel bad for him. I mean, he kind of, Jeff was Jeff. I mean, you knew that he exaggerated about his life, and, and unfortunately it was what it was. He was just, he was a sad man, with a sad life that just had big dreams, and, online he got to be the guy he wished he really could have been in life, And he was a great storyteller, man. He told stories you actually had to second, you had to think about whether or not he was actually, actually could be true, until you actually got to know him and realized that it was all shit. You just didn't know, because he was very believable storyteller, and it was fun to have him on panels, even though you knew that what he was saying wasn't true, but I mean, me and Polish Agnes busted him out. He kept claiming he was down in Florida for like hurricane relief thing, and he was some type of disaster coordinator or something. I don't remember exactly for what agency or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he made the claim that he was some type of guy like that. But the funny thing is he had a smoke detector that the battery was low on, so every so many seconds it would beep. So so here he's sitting here and he's saying that he's down in Florida, and you kept hearing in his background, you kept hearing the beeping, the actual beeping from the smoke detector. It was hilarious. So it was pretty funny. But we ended up calling him out on it. I mean, that was my biggest problem that I had with him, was just the lying. I mean, I didn't have any animosity towards him otherwise. I just, he lied about too much stuff. Well, he went over to the troll team because of the fact that we all got wise to his shit, so he needed, when he couldn't really talk with us anymore because we were just tired of him and he kind of started burning us, he still needed to feel important and be relevant and have people to talk to, because the internet was his life. I mean, he didn't work, and all he did was stream every single day.